All right, I think we had technical difficulties. Yeah, we had some technical difficulties. I can't tell though if it started the other streams or not. It went all freaking wonky. My OBS completely crashed out on me. The whole thing died. Um, I'm hoping it's come back up for everybody. I'm going to use this moment to eat some more while I wait for it to look like it's caught up again. Let's just go see. All right, well, it looks like it's back up on OBS. So, oh, on Twitch. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's stuff this down my mouth real quick. The only bad thing about muffins is they make crumbs for a mess. All right. We need fabricators. Can we get a fabricator here? We can't get a fabricator there. Can we get a fabricator here? We can get a fabricator there. Okay, we are now making wolfram plates all the way across the top. And we're going to take them. Yeah, see, here's the wrinkle part. No, let's see. We're making 60, and we're making 60, and those two are 60, and so we could do all of that on a tier 2 rail. All right, space is saved. So all of this on this first floor, or this second floor right here, is everything that can be built and run off of a pure node. So this gets me all of my pure elements. Fun. I love this game. I'm 100% a mega fan of this game. Uh, I don't know if I'm not fanboy level, but I am a super fan of this game. This game is so much fun to me. It has, look, I'm also, and I don't want to, knock it in any way. I'm also a fan of Satisfactory as well. So there is that. However, this game gives me those items that I wish Satisfactory had. There is mandatory exploration needed in this game. You can't progress the game without the exploration. Whereas in Satisfactory, as long as you have access to the resource nodes, you really don't have to. You don't have to explore. It's not required. And then in this game, you do have to fight and defend your base, and there's more creature involvement in the game that Satisfactory doesn't have. Again, I'm not taking anything away from Satisfactory. Satisfactory is a fantastic, it is the #1 factory builder game. But for me, it was always missing just a little more. I wanted to have an option to do just a little bit more in that game. Well, this game added guns. Yay! So, you know, guns and bugs that attack, and the construction system is a little different. There is some basis on reality. I can't just take these and build them out across the top of the world and then bring everything up into the sky. I do have to take terrain into consideration, and I can only build, at this point, we can only build 2 levels high. That's it. So there's some challenges that are added into this that this Satisfactory doesn't have, and for my brain, I like that. I like those little added constraint pieces that they just add a little more to the game. Doesn't make it any better or worse than any other game, but I love this game. I'm having so much fun with this game. At this point, I haven't even looked at my Steam to see how many hours I have in it, but we have streamed this. We've streamed this single playthrough 4 days, 4 days a week, 3 days, 3 hours each day since the day that it released. You know, so my wife and I, when we play this game together, we play to so you know we okay. Let me focus. When my wife and I play, we do usually do stuff separately, but if you've ever played Satisfactory multiplayer, the exact same thing happens, because when somebody is trying to design a factory, it is very, very difficult for 2 people to work on the same factory area at exactly the same time. Because one person, you just can't get the vision out of your head, because it's not like somebody can put the design down and then you have to bring parts in. It's like I have the building material, I select where I want it, and whoop, there it is. And because of that, really only one person can build in an area at a time. So the bonus, though, to that is as the game gets more complex, early game you're going to step on each other's toes just a little bit. But when you get to late game, oh my goodness. Because of the complexity of the parts later in the game, it is so helpful to have another person be working on something else in another spot in order to speed up the process. Because this takes a long time. I spent 3 hours yesterday. We had to, because of the heat pieces, and I'll just give you an idea, because of the heat rearrangement we had to do, to some little updates we had to do for the overall plan, and then finding out that we need 16,000 Wolfram plates. It kind of was like, holy crap, we got to do some extra stuff. So we had to move, in order to manage the heat, to put this Wolfram stuff together, I had to move all of this stuff here. All of this had to be moved out of you can't see it here, but the base core over here, we had to move all of this stuff from over here to this base core over here, or we were going to overheat the base core over here. And so that was something that needed to be done. And again, it's just me. So I had to move all of that. Then we had to come back over here and start working on how do we create 16,000 Wolfram plates. And so, then it's how do we work it in? What's the heat? Well, there's other things right now that need to be done in this world, and there's nobody doing them. And so in multiplayer, it would be great. Like when my wife is playing with me, she goes off and works on those other things while I'm working on something like this. And so, yeah, late game multiplayer is great for late game. And again, this is only the early access. All right, we only have this little area right here. On the next release, they're dropping in pieces for you can upgrade your excavators to go to the next level and actually produce more. They're opening up new resources, new products, new corporate levels. So the amount of time in multiplayer that you're actually going to step on each other's toes in this game is maybe the first 2 hours. After that, it goes way out. And another piece that makes a difference when it comes to multiplayer is if somebody's your builder person, and there's always one in every group who's your builder, they can build. This is just the early access area, right? And there's a lot to explore. So if you've got a person who's your explorer, you have to go out and find blueprints so the builder person can do more stuff. So there's a lot. I mean, again, multiplayer, you're only going to step on each other's toes just right there in the beginning. That's it, because you haven't unlocked the rifle or the shotgun or the good weapons that help you when you explore. And you haven't unlocked the additional multi-part products that you're going to need to ship out. And you're dealing with just the small stuff. You very quickly are going to get to like level 5, and then it just goes, and you've got to go everywhere. And until you get the chemical and until you get chemicals and the electronic plates of the electronics, the chemicals in the electronics, you can't make the power cell that you need to get into the Forgotten Engine. And you can't get your teleporters until you get through the Forgotten Engine. So there's a lot to work towards and through, because this map is it's a lot if you're the only person running to every one of these places to do this stuff all by yourself. It's a crap ton. And so when you get through the world engine and you get the teleporter, then that helps in your traversing. Zip lines are coming, so zip lines are going to be freaking awesome to roll on zip lines. You're not going to have to use as many teleporters. You can put a teleporter in a high spot and then use zip lines to get to different bases, which is going to be super cool. Yeah, no, I mean, fun. I completely see where you're going, and it is a very valid point. There's not a ton to do like exactly together. But again, satisfactory is the same way in multiplayer. When you're building a base, I just select the item and put it down if I have the materials. So really only one person can do that at a time. However, if we were working on this Wolfram base that's doing 16,000 deals, one person could be working on these over here, while I'm working here, and I've got a whole other set over here that has to be built. We could have 3 people working on this and get it done in a half hour or an hour, versus me working on it and it taking me 4 hours to get it all done. And that's just this one thing. I mean, I've got a list of stuff that needs to be done at this point in time in the game that just is, I could probably easily have 4 people in this game right now working with me. Um, and it would still take us quite a bit of time to get through all of the end level game items. Oh yeah, yeah. Charles makes a great point. Great point. When you're dealing with things like the Goliath, it is so much easier to beat those guys when there's at least 2 people, because the Goliath charges one or is focused on one, and the other person runs around behind it, hits its soft spot, and you can take down the Goliath creatures so fast. So, yes, early game multiplayer is kind of difficult, but if they know what they're doing, you can blast through that multiplayer, that little hiccup in the beginning of the game very very fast, and get on to things where people have to branch out and have to explore. Like my wife and I, when we first started playing, I did the initial building and she went and explored. And she gathered up the foodstuffs on the ground, and she unlocked certain areas, and then when there's a rupture, everybody goes out in all kinds of different places while there's no creatures in the game. And being able to do that as a group is so much easier than one poor guy trying to run around all these different places. So yeah, I think this game has way more advantages in multiplayer than, say, Satisfactory does. But it still initially has that same problem. You really only can have one person build in an area at a time. But I think that's any factory game. I think any factory's game is going to have that problem. I don't see how you could get out of that problem, with the exception of somebody can build an area, and everything is a blueprint or like a shell or something that people would have to take parts of something to and add to it to build it. Like if you had to go get plates and come over here and do some kind of player action, holding the E to add the plates, and then you had to do a player action to bang on it to add cables or something like that, then you could have multiple people working in one base area at the same time. Really easy. But I don't think there's a factory game out there that does that. There's some survival games that do that, which lend to multiplayer. I mean, that's why the multiplayer in survival games is so much better, because right from the get, everybody needs to be doing something for everybody to survive. Okay, so we've got. Do we have we turned this on? We need to turn that on. Let's get these turned on. Let's focus. The focus of today was to get the Wolfram Powder done. We don't normally stream on Saturdays. Saturdays are normally I'm working on video edits or software or my book or 100 of other things that I normally do. Today is a special Saturday stream in order to get this Wolfram plate base done, because that's 16,000 plates is a lot to do, and we have to do these with these electromagnetic coils. We got to make 1,420 or so electromagnetic coils to get through the next level of the game. So, woo. We gotta, and we haven't even built the electromagnetic coil base. See, that's the thing. If multiplayer right now, if I had somebody else in here, they could be finding a good spot and start getting the layup for the electromagnetic coil base to be set up. And, well, it's what won't me, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna take these down. See, and now that I did this over here, I almost want to tear this down and redo this so that I can put, like, I can do the 2 fabricators here, but I'm too close to this wall right here. I can't get a fabricator in here. And so now that I've thought about that, I want to do that because it's gonna save me a ton of space. And I'll be honest, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Is just I'm trying to do the Space Saver 3000. And I'm gonna have to take a little bit of freaking Tylenol or something. Ugh. We got a cold front coming down from the north that's supposed to be here overnight, and it's supposed to take our 70-degree weather and drop that crap down to freaking 30 degrees. A 40-degree freaking shift. But then it jumps up on Monday all the way up to 80 degrees. So we go a 30-degree shift or a 40-degree shift down, and then we go a 50-degree shift up. What in the hell is that horse shit? In what freaking system in the world? Oh, now I gotta do this all by ones. Come on. That's just insane. As soon as they have the opportunity, and I think it'll be a little bit before they do it, but as soon as they have an opportunity to make it, set this up so that there's a server side of this. Terza, yo, how have you been? How are the kids? Everything good? Everything rocking and rolling? Okay. All right, I'm going to just pop that right there. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Doing good. Doing good. Rocking. And then we're going to put this right there. Good, good. Love to hear it. So glad to hear it, honestly. That is awesome. Oh. I just want y'all to know that I am missing the St. Patty's Day parade today. Just want you to know that. The green beer. To hang out with you guys and build this base. This is ass backwards. No, it's not your guys' fault. That'd be a jerk move. Do I have that backwards too? I have this backwards too. How did I put everything in here backwards? That's so weird. Is that one? That was right. Okay, let's get all my stuff down. Looks like we need some power somewhere. Hey, just so that everybody knows, okay? I know there's some new people, new people have popped in and whatnot. Um, we're doing a game giveaway on TikTok when we hit 1,000 um, followers. A $60 or less game, okay, of your choosing. When we hit 1,000 followers on TikTok, we hit 896 last night. So R. So if you hit R, the R key rotates it, and if you click the center mouse button, you can raise it up and down. With the center mouse key, and then R key rotates it. So share the live, put the information out there. We're doing a 1,000 follower giveaway on TikTok. If you're not on TikTok and you don't ever have any interest of being on TikTok, that's okay. For those on YouTube and Twitch, we're going to do the same thing when we hit milestones on those platforms as well. So share to your friends and your buddies, and we will also be doing a game giveaway when we hit those milestones. I think I'm just far enough apart. We'll be doing game giveaways on those as well when we hit milestones. We got a little bit to get there for those there. We oddly enough, I never in a million years expected that that TikTok would be where my gaming career would be the most successful. But it has been the most successful, and it's quite the trip, to be honest. I should eat something. But I've got a... That's how I'm going to do a big thank you to everybody who has supported on TikTok. And we're going to do a game giveaway, $60 or less at the point in time we hit 1,000 followers on TikTok. And then we'll do it again at 5,000. But yeah, I've been super excited. Everybody here, on TikTok that has supported the channel and supported my streaming dreams. I really appreciate it. Terza, oh man, that's too bad you got to go to work. All right, well, be safe. Be safe, Terza, and have a great day at work. I need more power. Drop it in out here. We're probably going to need a little more, so we're going to just put some more out here. Okay. All right, let's get our second floor back up here. Where did I put that? Right there? Okay. We're building the parts for the second floor on this one now. I swear, every time I play this game, I learn something just a little bit new. Every single time. And then we have to make it better. We gotta make it better. Oh. So I don't know if any of you have ever seen. I'm sure some of you have somewhere out there have seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven with what's that freaking kid's name? Orlando Bloom. I finally was able to watch the director's cut of that movie. That it changes so much about that movie. The director's cut does. It's crazy. Shit. You know what? Okay, no, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it because we're doing it already, but we're not using half of this. But if you have never seen it, okay, if you have never seen the director's cut, or if you've never seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven with Orlando Bloom, you got to. It is a freaking fantastic movie. In a lot of ways. Cinematic, story, the whole thing is pretty freaking fantastic. But if you get a chance to watch it, you've got to watch the director's cut, because I'm telling you, there were things in the first version of the movie that I watched, and I was like, that doesn't really fit for the movie. It just seemed like, why does that scene seem off? And I know you guys have seen movies where it's been that way, where you're like, oh, that's a little, that piece right there doesn't make sense. And Kingdom of Heaven, with Orlando Bloom, has several scenes that are like that. You're just kind of like, what? That doesn't make a ton of sense. And the director's cut of that movie matters. It really matters. Yeah, I was just so surprised. Anywho, enough of that business. If you ever watch it, if you haven't watched it, it's a great medieval era movie. It's got some really, really deep subplots to it that I think they really matter in the world of things. I think, and but if you ever get the chance, you got to watch the director's cut. You have to, because it's just that good. It makes it longer, obviously, but it I feel like some of you aren't awake today. Oh, look at that. I said, I think some of you aren't awake today, and somebody called I Overslept joined the chat. Scott, it's been a long week. Yeah, I get it. I get it. And Saturdays usually aren't my streaming days. I just so So here's my 2 cents on that. I think that I got a sneaky suspicion that there might be coming, because they're adding some more regular animals, just normal animals into the game. Not bugs, just normal animals. Scott, did did you tell me about that before? Did you guys had a, like, earlier this last week, right? Or did I totally miss that? I don't like how this looks. This looks like shit. I'm getting rid of it. I mean, I hope everybody, like your family, you guys are all good. Everything's okay. Just a mess, or did you guys get affected by it? Whoopsie. Oh, wrong ones. Wrong item. We're doing those. We're doing plates. We're doing plates. And then I gotta put in way down. Oh no. Oh man, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. Man. I hate to hear that news for anybody. I mean, just in general. I'm just not. People work so hard for their stuff, and then Mother Nature is just like, yeah, you can eat shit. I'm gonna freaking tear this down now. Not that it's even remotely comparable at all. But I finished the stream last night. I went downstairs to get my dinner, and I'm trying to, you know, make nice with the wife and whatnot, and because I usually stream my streams usually finish after the family's done eating, um, so I went down and saw the wife and stuff, and then she was trying to be really, really nice, and she's like, well, I got bad news. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck me. What? what just happened? She's like, well, the stove's not working now. I'm like, son of a gun. We just had a problem. We got it sorted, but we had a problem with our dishwasher, automatic dishwasher, that we had to try to get fixed. And now never, yeah, yeah. So tomorrow, granted, it's not having to replace my house, but yeah, we gotta go get a new stove tomorrow, um, which sucks. She at least tried to break it to me, you know, nice, as nice as she possibly could. Um, but yeah, it's always something in this world, man. It just, ugh. I think that's the one thing that I feel like as a kid I was lied to about. In this world, there's always something. You're going to go from one little disaster to the next all your adult life. And in between there, in between, every so often, there's moments where it looks like everything's going to be okay. And then you're going to become a cynical son of a bitch in your life. And all of a sudden, everything will be going nice and you'll be feeling really good about things. And then there'll be, no, now we're going to shit on you. So every time things go nice, you're like, what's going to happen bad now? That's something they never told me as a kid. All right, so we need to store this stuff someplace and or ship it off somewhere. And I don't know where to go with it. That's the freaking question of the day. Oh, I'm so with you, Scott. I'm absolutely with you. I try to put that positive energy out there so that I can bring it back my way. It is, some days are a whole lot tougher than others to do that, though. Whole lot tougher. This last year, I literally just absolutely 110% burnt out this last year. It sucked every way possible. Therapy, like the whole deal. I mean, that's just how freaking shit it was. Which was really went to my reasoning for retiring, in all honesty. Okay, so there's 4. And one of the things that my therapist, I don't want to say she made a point about it, but she did bring up a very good piece, was the fact that I myself personally was always putting out a lot of negative energy. And in return, what was I getting? I was getting a lot of negative energy back. And so we worked on it we work on it. I still kind of work on it, but that positivity, making sure that even on the days that we feel like shit, that we get that positivity up and we put out that positive energy so that we draw that back towards ourselves with goodness and positive. And man, I've been really working on that one. That's a tough one to work on. I'll be the first to admit that one, because there are just some days, and I said it yesterday too. You know, there are days where I've gotten up and I'm just like, I just don't necessarily feel like streaming today. I just kind of feel like, shit, and I'm not in the greatest mood, and that kind of attitude. And then but then I've been like, no, whether I'm streaming or I'm not, I'm probably going to sit here and play a game. So why don't I just start streaming? And when I stream, I like interacting with everybody. I like hearing everybody's stories, and I like doing that kind of stuff. And that part, it actually brightens up my day. And so streaming has been a blessing. Can I go this way with them? I don't think I can get enough of them. I'd like to go that way. Hang on. Let's use this one. And so, just so that you guys all know, all the viewers out there, you guys tend to be a bright point in my day when I'm having a horrible day and just don't feel like myself. You guys are definitely a positive influence on me when I get to talk to you guys and keeping me from being in a shitty slump and not feeling good about things. So, you know, if any of you ever feel the need that you need to talk to somebody or just want to vent or something like that, look, my Discord's there, in the About Me's, my email's there, all my stuff's there. Reach out. Reach out. Say hi. Because you guys don't know it, but you are kind of my support group, and so we're all in this together. Okay, so we got one of these goes to 2, and the other one comes to 2, and then that one has got to come to 2. But I think I'm going to move this line over this way and then go this way with it. And so, if I build it in reverse, let's try building this in reverse. Okay, we're going to put fabricators first. Can I do this? Will this let me get this close? It will let me get that close. We might be able to make this work. Let's see. Will it let me put this one? Of course, I got something in the way. Of course, I got something in the way. Man, we could sneak right up on the edge of these things. That's pretty cool. I'm digging. I like how they let us get a whole lot closer than other games do. Than some other games do when you're building up against something like this. You can get pretty close to these things. Satisfactory does it though, where like there's a little bottom like round piece that only covers a 4x4 or a 2x2 section over the actual resource node, and you can put your concrete pad almost right on top of the resource node and then put your miner on top of it, and it goes through the concrete pad. Sometimes you can get it that close to it, which I think is really cool. This, you can't put your floor pieces and stuff that close, but you can get pretty doggone. Did we get too high? No, we're good. One there. One there. One there. And one there. Right? Okay, then we can do this one here. We'll fix this one. We'll go to there, and then we'll go out there somewhere, and we'll type them back, touch them back up together, so no big deal. Look at how this is going to work. This is actually going to come out way better than I thought. Oh, no. Shit, no. Shit. Yeah, that looks okay. That'll work. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. Ah. I don't like how it looks. I like it squared off. Ugh. It's just a personal thing. I don't know why I do. It's not. It doesn't work any better or worse. I just kind of like them squared off. But I know efficiency-wise, every time you put one of these in here, there's a little bit of a hiccup when items go across them. And if you can avoid them, it keeps these rails moving a whole lot smoother. But I just don't necessarily like how that looks like that. I just, again, personal preference. It's kind of stupid for it to be an issue, but it just bugs me. I don't know, maybe it's too many years of Satisfactory and those being pretty angular. Maybe. All right, let's drop some power. Get a little power. We'll put 2 because, oh, we don't have enough. We don't have enough resources. We got to go back. Wow, we don't have enough resources for anything. All right, off we go. Where is our nearest? Shit. I don't think we have a teleporter over here. We'd have enough to make one though. Okay. We'll put it over here. We'll put it over here. There we go. Let's see. Rename this. Because that's what we're making over here. Back to the main base. When you complete the Forgotten Engine, you complete that, which means you have to have chemicals and you have to have electronics, because you need, I think, 10 chemicals, 10 electronics to make the power cell. Not a battery, it's called a power cell, and it's very specific to the Forgotten Engine. And you have to go, I think you have to complete the Forgotten Engine. You can't just go in there and find it, because there is a spot in the Forgotten Engine where there's a blueprint box that you can loot, but I don't think the teleporter is just in the box. I'm trying to remember in my head if it is. So, so like, are you standing outside the door? Because you got to go up in through the cooler and then drop down. And there's a door and there's a body on the floor and there's a little disc that's a voice piece. And okay, so there's a little disc with a voice piece in it, and you got to do that. Drop that. Okay, we got lots of stuff to build with here. Probably more than we need. I need to go get more of these pricklers, though, because I don't have enough foodstuffs to to keep things going here. I gotta spend a little bit of time. We gotta run around and grab some foodstuffs. See, this is where having a second person who can do this food farming piece of the game is very, very, very useful. Because just running around and collecting up the oh, come on now, come on, you can do it. They gotta get that fixed. Collecting this stuff up to make food items and to research the food items it's so helpful. Yeah, I only ever go in that crater right after a rupture. I don't ever go down near that crater in any form or fashion ever, unless there's been a rupture, because that stupid crater over there is absolutely nasty. And it's not even the nastiest spot in the game to go. It's like the first nasty spot. Like if there was boss levels, that would be the first boss. Maybe the second boss, because the first boss I think is to the east of here. But that would probably be the second boss, because that sucker, man, you get swarmed so heavily in there if you go during the daytime. It's pretty insane. I should go over there and just show you guys right now, just cause I'm taking a little break from building. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Which way do we gotta go to get there? Oh, I gotta go past where I was building. Shit. Okay, well, let's finish getting some pricklers. Like I said, I gotta collect some of this stuff up for food, because if you don't, he'll be needing something, and he'll be dying, and it'll be horrible, and the world will be just, Sorry, I just think this guy's a little over dramatic sometimes. What are these? What am I making here? Turbines. Okay. See, I forget where I'm making stuff at. I really need map pins or sign, or I don't know, something to says what it is. I like the way that with Satisfactory does a really cool thing is they have light up signs that you can get at a certain point. Oh yeah, POI. Yeah, they'll come back. No, they're not letting you get away with shit. They're coming back. There's a time frame though. Like, they don't come back immediately. If you go hand clear it, you've got some time. If you don't hand clear it, and the swarm or the rupture happens, then you end up, they'll just respawn when it transitions to the regrowth stage. And then you'll end up fighting the stupid things standing in the middle of them, which totally sucks. But I'm gonna go back over there because I've cleared it. I've cleared it at least twice, and I'm curious. Now you made me curious. Not that I need any more of these bugs. I'll take those though. So usually there's like a spawn point that come out of the ground right here. If you haven't been through here through like an area in a while, then all of a sudden they'll spawn up out of the ground in certain places on you. You'll see it. You'll see it. You'll get a little bit of a warning because the ground will get all dirty, like something's digging, and they'll jump up out of the ground. So you have a little bit of time to kind of run away, but once they do it, they're gonna give chase. That's why I have this gun sitting right here. Because if I ever come running through here, then this guy takes them off my back. Oh, well, of course it's going to be a wave. Why freaking wouldn't it be a wave right now? I don't know. Why wouldn't it? That sucks. I didn't want their wave to come through at this moment. I was hoping to get over there before it did it. However, there is some stuff right here that I want to grab before it does that, so.
Good stuff. Interesting part.
Okay. We don't want a repeat of yesterday, so let's get to safety. And if y'all didn't see that, I did get it put on TikTok as a short. Goddamn butt hairs singed. Trying to fly in at the last second. There we go. All safe and sound. Woo, here it comes. Whoosh. Well, damn. One of our local on-the-border restaurant locations permanently closed. That sucks. And of course, it was the one that was closest to my house, so. We need to make the food. Make the food. Make the food. Do we have the thing to make? We don't have a thing to make the food here. Well, let's solve that problem. I just want to make sure. Yep, it's not in here. Make some aqua gel. Hell. Don't have anything else. Sonara! Excuse me. Wow, I don't know what the hell that was. Ugh, holy shit.
Tasty.
I'll leave those bugs here. What the hell? No, I don't want to leave those bugs here. Yeah, no, I won't. I think I got some bodies out here somewhere. Yeah, I got some stuff over here I could go grab real quick since we're here, and it was just a rupture. Let's go do that real quick. Should grab some of these while I'm here too.
Interesting part. Good stuff.
Get these out of the way. Got some research with these you still got to do. Foodstuffs. Do I have a freaking thing right there? I have not. What? You got to be kidding me. Sure enough, I got one right here that I have not found.
Nice.
Well, that's interesting. I've been running around doing so much stuff that I've left all kinds of data points and information like all over the place and not even touched it. We got to run up here and do I think this is up. I think this is up here. I don't think it's down there. Well, we need some of these because we are all out of them. And we can't make ourselves any more teleporters without some more, so... Make sure I got them.
Good stuff.
Oh, got it. Barely. Let's get back in here, grab the rest of these. So we're out of here. Okay. Alright, we're out. But I didn't get a body, so that means that it is over here.
I can use
Okay.
this.
What else am I missing? Oh, I need to go up in here. There's another one up in there. Wow. Okay, our little adventure out is going to be fruitful. Damn it. Ha, the good stuff. Get it. Oh. Defreeze. Defreeze. Is that it? And that was it up here. Okay. Well, let me hit M. Make sure. Okay. There was a drone. Yeah, there's a drone right there. M. Map. Map. Pada-bap, 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 bap. Yeah, here's a whole base area with that I've built. I haven't built. I've just claimed it. It's got all kinds of titanium right here. Huge amounts of it. Let us see if any of the quartz has come back in any of these areas. Because we haven't been back up here in a long time.
Interesting plant.
Where have you gone? Oh, they look like there was some quartz over there. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe the quartz does come back. There's another one right up here. Try to get in here before everything started growing.
Come in. Good stuff.
Good stuff. Okay, it just takes a while for it to come back. Yeah, Chuck, Charles, you got it right. It takes freaking forever. It just takes a long time. That's all right. That's okay. At least it comes back. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Can I get out? Is it gonna let me out? Okay. There's a third one around here. So, oh shit. Switch. They saw me. I win. Saw you over here, you little jerk. Where'd you go? Well, let's go see how bad it looks like in the pit. This is where Charles is at. That right there, that fan, it's broken open on the bottom corner right there. That's how you get into where the world engine or the forgotten engine is. Make it poking me in the butt again. I bet you I'll be running for my life here pretty quick. I don't know. I didn't bring a lot of ammo. That was kind of stupid of me. I don't know. Maybe. No, yeah. See, they're down there on the bottom. They just not fully respawned yet. There's some right there. Well, we're going to sneak around the edge right here. Do our best not to get ourselves in too much of a run and gun fight. I got more bullets here. JP, somebody was saying you get overwhelmed in this game. I think Sephirio was saying you find yourself overwhelmed by bugs very quickly. Yeah, see, I'm already... I don't want to get caught in that crap. That gets your shield ripped. See, I don't know where all these guys just came from. I saw about 5 or 6 of them. Oh, shit. Okay. Charles, thank you for encouraging me to come screw at this stupid place. Show everybody the pain that you're in. Yeah. Yeah, this was freaking retarded. This was freaking stupid. Aha! I get to go on the attack. Come on, losers. But yeah, that's what happens when you go to the pit. Where you get in the pit and you don't get out of the pit quick enough. That happens. And you better have a lot of ammo. Because, man, do they come out of the freaking woodwork on you. And since there's no melee, you want to get close, you can't freaking smack them and get them back. So you basically fight or die. That's okay. Coming over here and fighting all of these guys got me my next level for a lem, so in combat. So I'm okay with it. It worked out. Plus I'll get a bunch of data points off all that stuff right there. A lot of kills, though. I got 65 rounds. Ooh, down to my last 44 rounds of ammo. That's all I got. I got nothing left. And there's at least one more shitty bad guy. If I can poke him in his nose, we're good. Oh. Gotta get him in the nose. Gotta get him in the red spot. Just looking for all my little leftovers.
Just what I need.
Because they're all data points that I'll need and use. So. Heard you. In the nick of time, I heard you. Ugh. Crap. Ooh, that's good. Some more right there, too. Yeah, that's how you play that place. Run, shoot, run, shoot, run, shoot, run, shoot. Have lots of bullets. Run, shoot, run, shoot. Stay out of the blue crap so that your shield doesn't go down. And you'll make it through it. But down here on the bottom, it's over here. In this spot right there is where your blueprints are. We came down from right up here. Came down. Did not forget it. Run, shoot, run, shoot, run, shoot, reload, run, shoot, reload, run, shoot. Sometimes looting around through here, you get yourself some more ammo. I think I've looted everything that's worth a damn in here, though. So yeah, it's best to try to set up somewhere close to this place, like I did right there. Put it up there, set down up on the top up there, put a habitat down. When it that habitat, when it ruptured, and then as soon as the rupture was over and I could go out, I came out of that and ran down here and looted everything I possibly could loot and found the the box to get the blueprints from, and then got out of here before everything started to respawn. But you can come down. I mean, you can go ahead and just fight. It's doable. Just got to keep moving and have lots of ammo with you, and you can come down in here and fight. You can fight your way through it. It's not. It's stressful, but you can do it. Oh, there's a body in there I hadn't even got. What? That's crazy. Is there anything else in here I haven't got? No, I got it. Okay. I think. I gotta go this way a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. I missed a body. Eh. Some more war bonds. I'll take them. Yeah, the big piece is you just keep kiting them. And always kind of, run and then turn around and shoot, and turn around when you run. Don't just keep backing up, because they will pop up behind you and then you'll be trapped, and that'll suck. And always stay, the blue ones are top priority. Always shoot those guys and try to stay out of that blue powder, smoky, whatever it is stuff, because it like drains your shield completely. If you lose your shield, typically you're going to get hosed. But here's the Forgotten Engine. For those of you who don't know, and I know I get asked this a lot, here is the Forgotten Engine right here. And that's the entrance of how you get in. And your base is back here. This is where you initially start, right? Here's the lander. I think the easiest way to get there is to come up, head east from your start level, and just skirt along this piece and come up this way. Put a base up in here, a base core up in here, and put a habitat, and then wait as soon as the rupture goes. Then you can clear out this area. If you've already come up into this area, that's fine. Come up in here somewhere, put down a base core on this side, like I did here, and then you can come up through this side just about any time, and that's this way back here. You can come up to this side without any problem at any time. Right, there's my base core. There's a few bugs that might pop up there, but it's pretty easy. And just stay to the high side here, and you'll stay out of that mess. And then I'm curious if this will let me in. I don't have a base core on me anymore, but I've already beat this. But let's just go see. So yep, you just come in here. When you come down in here the first time, there's this little audio comm thing. You can loot this guy's body, and then this will tell you that it needs a battery or a power core. And of course, the audio will tell you that also. And he got fried because he tried to screw with it without having the battery core. So yeah, that's what happened to him. And it closes, it opens, and you can come in here, and there's really nothing up here at the top. You just come in here to this evacuation pod, and you go off down to the tech floor. And we'll just run through this real quick. People ask about this all the time, so we'll just take a peek at it. I beat everything in here, so I've turned it on. I don't think there's going to be anything that does anything. So there's an audio comm here, and these regeneration chambers, you can sync to these. When you first come in here, there's some stuff to read here, no big deal, but you can sync to these guys. So in case you die, you could come right back here. The only thing that would have been nice that I would have liked is there to be a box or something that I could put something in. So I could come loaded with a bunch of extra stuff, food or ammo or something, and I could put it in here. But I've come pretty loaded with ammo and not really had a problem. So, all right. So main engine, you got to go. I think the first place you have to go is in the tech. No. You have to go down. You never get it in the comms. This one never opens. So you come to the main engine, and certain things open and unlock as you come through this. This door right here will be locked when you first start. So you'll come out on the staircase south, main engine floor, and it gives you a little bit of a map, which is really nice. You're here, and you're gonna come. We're gonna come down this way, come this way. We're gonna come zip around, and this is where we're trying to go, is to A1. Okay, that's where we're trying to get. That's the control center. So you'll come in, and you'll end up taking a left. You'll come through here. There's usually no bugs in here. When you first come in here, there's no bugs in here. There's a bunch of stuff to loot. You can do this stuff in here, loot away. Just look around. You'll come around, so you just come all the way around this. Yeah, if you can't make the battery core, going to the door, you'll never get in it. So you have to have that. You have to have that battery core piece, or you'll never get in here. But you'll come in here, and then you can kill some of this stuff, screw around in here if you want, and open, like, shoot a couple things, and you open this door. But you don't have to. You can just come. You just come right around, open this door, come on in through here, and then again, this door will be locked. I've unlocked it though, so I'm not worried about it. But you come again down through this section, and then you just shoot straight, right? There is some stuff in here that you can mess with. You'll get your red key here, which you're gonna need. Is that not closing for me? There we go. And then you just come down this to the control center. And it'll open, no big deal. There's nothing. That door right there will be closed, and that door right there will be closed. But you can come in here, and right here is the blueprints box. So once you have the battery core, you don't have to necessarily turn on the Forgotten Engine. You can just come in here and fight your way right here to get the blueprints out of here. But I'm fairly certain you have to come up here and talk to this guy. Well, not talk to this guy, but do the stuff right here. It's going to tell you need to make this piece. Which, going through this entire area, you're going to loot everything you need to make this. I can't remember what they call it. But so you don't have to bring a bunch of parts with you. Bring food and bring ammo when you come to the Forgotten Engine. You don't need to bring anything else with you, because you're going to loot everything else that you need to make this little item right here that they want, that you need to do. I can't believe I can loot that. Huh. I haven't come back in here. Yeah, then you get this. Yay, congratulations. The Forgotten Engine. This is the early access build. You've done what you need to do, but you can still keep playing the game, etc., etc., etc. That's what happens. And then I think at that point you get the transporter. It'll also then say, you've got the transporter blueprint, and that's how you can make the transporter blueprint. But you've got to make this little power core thing to come back and do this. And I have it all recorded in one of the playthroughs on how to get through this whole thing. And I'm going to do a specific, probably an actual recorded, very specific for like YouTube recording for the Forgotten Engine here and the fastest way to get through this thing. But when you first make this item, then you're gonna start this, and you're gonna have bugs come out of over here, and you're gonna have bugs come out of up here, and you'll fight them off, and then this door's gonna open. It's three, I believe it's 3 rounds. It's 3 rounds of bugs coming out. You got bugs coming out of here, and you'll redo this, and then you'll have bugs come out of there, and out of those, and you'll fight them all off, kill all of them, and then you'll do it again, and it'll stop again, and that door will open, and you'll have bugs come out of there, and there, and there, and then I think it's one more time, and then you'll have pretty much bugs come out of everywhere. But it's not... It's very, very, very doable with like 1,500 rounds. I think I had this gun right here, and 1,500 rounds of ammunition, and I beat the whole thing. So it's not horribly overwhelming. And when these open up, there's a pause, there's a lull. That door opens back up between the events. So if you have to leave and come back, you can. You're not stuck doing the whole thing in one go. So if something just completely goes wrong, you are able to come back. But yeah, then there's some boxes in here you can loot. These bodies in here you can loot. Some stuff you can pick up, and then you come back out and do it again. And then you got the same thing when this side opens up. And you got some boxes and body to loot and stuff like that. And then once you get finished, you get that little message that I got. And you get the heck back out of here. Now, as you're going through this whole place, there's loot everywhere. You go loot the stuff, and you'll get up all the parts that you need. Yeah, you got so much ammo, Charles, that you will never have a problem. But then it'll tell you need to go to the laboratory. So you'll do that, and you'll have to make that the little power core thing to go in there. And so you come back out, and you go, back down this way, which brings you down here. You'll come out this piece. There's stuff you can explore. B3, B1, you can explore those. B4 is an office you can go into. C1's an office you can go into. And then you come up these stairs, and you'll go up to, I think it's the laboratory, and or the tech level. And you have to listen. That's the kicker, though. You have to listen, because they tell you where to go. There is a workbench here, so you can change weapon configuration if you want, and you have the stuff. Unfortunately, there's no basic printer here, so you can't make more rounds if you needed to. If you pick up some lems, though, you can come here, and you can add some lems in if you want, from whatever you find in here. And you find some good lems in here. I mean, you get several really good lems that you can add into you can add in. So it does at least give you that, but you have to bring your ammunition with you. You're not going to get everything you need. Oh yeah, you come in there and there's no power. There's no power. That's why there's no bugs at the time, because this place doesn't have any power. So you have to go turn the power on. And so then it tells you got to go to what floor you have to go go turn the power on. And you got to do some bug killing and whatnot to turn the power on. And you have to make the piece that you need, and you have to do all of that. Yeah, tech stations. This is where you'll come in, and you can make. You gather all the parts. A1, I think. A1 and B1 is where you gather all the parts, and then C1 is where the lab is at, that you can build the thing you need, and then you could just pop back over here to this south staircase and go right back up and jump over if you don't want to come back through this whole mess, and then use that staircase. So yeah, there's several steps. One is you got to go to the main area. Then it's going to be like, hey, you got to turn the power on, and then yeah, I think that's what it is. I think is you got to go to the main spot first. Then it says go turn the power on. Then you got to make and you got to make the item that you need. And you can't make the item until after you've turned the power on. And so you got to go through all that kind of stuff like that. It's not overly difficult. It takes a little bit of time, and if you don't know where you're going and you don't know how to get there, then it can be a real pain in the ass to try to figure out, where to turn and where to go and how to get it. And once you get the power turned on, that's when the bugs start coming out of everywhere, because they're attracted to the power. And that's something that it tells you. You learn in here through the lore that's something that occurs, and why your base, when you upgrade your base, why the bugs attack every so often, because you have power put to it. And you learn that here in the Forgotten Engine. It tells you all that through the lore that you find, and through these voice things that you find and stuff like that. So the first time, I'd say take your time the very first time you do the Forgotten Engine. Read all the lore, listen to all the audio comms, listen to what the other characters that talk to you in the game, listen to what they say, because it will guide you where you need to go. If you don't, already know, or you haven't watched me play through it, it's not horribly overly complicated. But if you don't know, like the first time, I didn't know, and I couldn't figure out where was the generator room, and where was the, how do I make that piece, and those kind of things like that. It was a little confusing. The second time, not as much. The third time I did it, I pretty much ran through it. I didn't even spend any time listening or reading anything. I just went. And I think I had it done in about 15 or 20 minutes.
In the future, try to warn me before I walk into something.
Yeah, the Forgotten Engine, it takes a lot. Don't even go over there until you're making electronics and chemicals. Because it takes, I believe it's 10 electronics and 10 chemicals to be able to make the power core that you need. And it's not batteries. You might be able to make batteries, thinking, oh, I can make batteries. But it's not batteries. It's a power core. And the only place you can make it is in that initial workbench that you make. So you can't get it any other way. So it doesn't, if you don't have those things, you can't get in. It won't even let you do anything.
It's calm now.
And again, though, you don't need much. I mean, it's 10 and 10. So like the first 10 chemicals, the first 10 electronics you pump out, you're done. And the chemicals, I believe, power cells in the workbench. We'll run back over here. I'll show you. I got a base right over here somewhere. But I can't remember right off the top of my head, and that was a thing I was trying to think about. What? Missed a whole body over here, huh? That's crazy. I'm totally out of bullets too. Shit. Oh boy. Guess I better not run into anything. I can go back and get some ammo too.
Interesting part. Good stuff.
All right, Kanim, welcome. I'll run AFK. Gotta be K-ing. Let's put it down. This one, the basic item printer. I'm sorry, the basic item printer. And then it's the power cell. Yeah, and it's 10 chemicals, 10 electronics that you've got to have to make this. But what I can't remember is do you have to go to the door first and do that little listen to that that audio comm where the guy shocks himself to be able to make this? And that was the piece that I can't recall right off the top of my head, which is why it's good to just get close and then put up a power core. Even if you're not going to use anything with that power core, just put the power core so you can put a habitat. And then put like the basic item printer in there. And if you've got the electronics and the chemicals with you, you can go there, you can trigger it, go right back to this basic item printer, print the power cell, and then off you go. No big deal. But that's the thing I can't remember is whether you can actually do that. Whether you can make the power cell, or do you have to go all the way to the door first, be told you need a power cell, then it shows up and you can make one, and then you got to go back. That's what I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done the start of that. So the next time I do it, I'll have to take notes and remember. But once you get through that, I believe it's when you complete it. I'm fairly certain it's when you complete and you got that little screen that says, hey, you've done, this is the end of the story part of, the early access. Then it gives you the teleporter. That's why I'm looking forward to the next update, because they're going to put the zip lines in, and my question has always been, at what level are the zip lines going in? Because it would be great if the zip lines are the intermediate before getting the teleporter, because then I could put zip lines all over the place, and it would be a whole lot easier early game to be zip lining around versus running all over the map, which, man, that early game, that gets so tiring. In all honesty, I should just put the storage in right here, and I don't have to run all this over there just to ship it out. I could set this all up right here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this instead. I think I'm going to find this is going to be far more efficient That one's in the wrong spot. Oh no, let's be more efficient than that. We don't need all these extra. We don't need these extra. How close is this? I'm just curious if I can put this right up next to it. Yep, let's tighten it down just a little bit. Let's tighten it all down. And this would work with tier 1s too. I mean, the reason I'm going this way is because I've got these two over here that I'm going to bring from right there to right there. And that'll let the extra flow that way. Okay, we don't have anything selected. So now these should run. This should be running at perfect, like at perfect piece here. No, I'm gonna have to do some testing. I'm gonna have to do some testing and send this back to freaking send this back to Flex Surfer for the planner because that doesn't look like it's right. Because I'm producing. I mean, I turned my end on. I turned my end on first, right? So this was turned on first. Then I selected this, which means this is sending it to me, and I did all these at the same time. And I'm building up. Oh, I know why it did it. I know why it did it. Because I had power running on this first, and so this had 100 Wolfram sitting in here before I turned these on. So this is, watch, and I bet I'll go here, and this is in the 50s too. 46, yeah. 46, we started 38, and then we used 2. 47, 48, we used 2. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's extra left in there because the extractors had 100 built up in them before I turned these on. That's the only reason. So it's running efficiently. It just looks wrong because there's stuff in here, and it's not actually wrong. It's just that there was 100 set in the extractor before I turned the rest of the system on. Well, that worked. All right, that worked. So I got a whole set of Wolfram over there building up. We just need to set that here and set that one over there, and then we need to make a determination of where we're going to build the Where we're going to build stuff. That's... Oh my God. Oh my Lord, that damaged memory core is 70,000 data points. Oh my Lord, going back in there and checking that was worth it. Holy shit. That was awesome. That was so worth it. Wow. That's crazy. Holy shit, 70,000 extra data points. You get a lot of data points coming out of that place in the first, just to start. Like you go in that place normally and you work your way through it and whatnot and come out, you're going to have, I don't know, what we came up with 250,000 data points by the time we came back out of there when we went through the very first time. So you're going to come out of there with a couple of thousand data points, 100,000 data points just in general. But going back in there and finding that freaking piece and then coming back out with it, oh my Lord, that was so worth it. What is this? Increased harvester mining damage. That's worthless. Increased max stamina by 30 though. That's, I'll have to check that one out. We have to go back to the main base and get some bullets and stuff, and then we have to start deciding where, because we need this right here, this base core amplifier 2. We need this. Though of course I've got 94,000 freaking data points. I could drop freaking almost I could get a little over almost half. I get about half of freaking level 8 done if I just did that right there. Then we'd only need 8,000. But to be honest, I'd rather drop it on this one here. Or these big ones like this one here. These ion injectors. I don't even know what it takes to make an ion injector yet. But that'd get me a chunk through that. Oh, actually, probably better drop it on this one. Get these rails. But electromagnet. Okay. Yeah, the electromagnet takes the electromagnetic coils, synthetic resin, and the accumulators just to freaking make that one.
I should eat something.
Man. And the compounder, need resin. We need the electromagnetic coils and pressure tanks to make ion injectors. And the superconductors take the supermagnets and electromagnetic coils. Okay, so Mega Press has most of this that we need. It's electromagnetic coils that we've got to do. And it's inductors, supermagnets, and pressurized helium. Pressurized helium is not an issue. Inductors might be an issue because I don't... and it's the furnace that makes both inductors, which is Wolfram wire, and tubes, and ceramics. And the supermagnets are the plates we're making, the chemicals, and the sulfuric acid. And the chemicals, I know we're not making enough chemicals. And I don't think we've upgraded what our chemicals can pump out yet. So we've got... But those three things... Hang on now. So if I put some furnaces in here, All right. It would allow me to make the super magnets here. And then I could just send the super magnets, because they take the wolfram plates. I could bring in the sulfuric acid and the chemicals. No big deal. Just fly them in to make super magnets. We've got the room for it, right? And it would save me putting in wolfram plates and flying those in. Then I'd have the super magnets. This is not the whole recipe. Yeah, this is not the whole recipe right here, because there are plates that go into the super magnet or electromagnetic coil. We're running back to the main base. We're gonna sort that. But I think if I two-tier this, I've got plates. I've got plates. I gotta look at something. Okay, I'm making 360 a minute in plates just off of that one side. So, mathematics time here. That's 360 divided by 15 is 24. So with that right there, yeah, I gotta think this out. Slid and fell into a cave, tagging the climbing vines on the way down. Slid off the vines and put me in a permanent swimming mode. Oh no! No! Hang on. I gotta read the rest of this one here. And I could essentially fly all around. That you could traverse over the radiation. Oh my goodness. Also found out that only the titanium and wolfram nodes are actually coded to be mineable, even super far out. The sulfur and helium-3 are not mineable. That's okay. But that's just right now. I'm sure that the sulfur and the other stuff will be, I'm sure that'll all get turned on when those areas open up. Because they're not opening up all at once. They're going to be opening them up in pieces, from my understanding. Again, they've been kind of quite tight-lipped on a lot of the stuff right now, and so that's where I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, because there's supposed to be oil. I think it's oil. I think it's oil. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, we just do 4. So we need, I need wolfram powder, but I gotta go put some of this stuff up. Oh yeah. You're right. There's 2 new things coming. One is oil, and one is Oh, you're... Um... Power Powerium. It's such a hard name to say. Powerium. Powerium. IUM. Powerium. Maybe the I silent. Gothite. And then you use that. I think, yeah, one of those things. Yeah, Pyroforge processes raw geothite. Yep. So geothite is the new thing that's coming, and then we'll be able to and oil, and we'll be able to over. Um, we'll be able to upgrade our current materials excavators to like a higher level. Instead of being like tier one, you can pump them up to tier twos, and it increases the number of what it can produce. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Okay, so we need super magnets. Yeah, with super magnets, sulfuric, wolfram, and that's in a furnace, and chemicals. So if we're making the wolfram up there, we just bring in the chemicals, we bring in the sulfuric acid. No big deal. Easy peasy. And then we need, no, where is it? This one. And then this one, these. Yeah, see, so in the recipe, so there's a bug, I don't know, something's missing. But in the recipe station, when you look at electromagnetic coils, it shows the supermagnet, inductor, and pressurized helium. It does not show you that you need wolfram plates. But if you go into the mega press and you select the electromagnetic coil, then you see that you need those plates. That's where I got thrown off on it. That's where it got me. Because I'm like, I don't understand why we needed so many plates, but that's because the recipe station doesn't show you everything. Everything there. I still haven't figured out why there are grades of, because they do that all the time. Um, if you look at any of the other games out there, um, there's always different nodes that have different values and produce like, I mean, literally, you go look at any factory game out there, there's always raw resource nodes that are of different values and different production grades. Don't ask me why. Um, sometimes, I know with, because of the way that Satisfactory does it, um, you're stuck with like tier one um, conveyors for longer than what you are stuck with tier one um, tier one rails in this game. So in this game, the poor crappy nodes, you're not stuck with them nearly as long before you can do um, tier 2 rails. See, and it's a balancing thing right now, Charles. Remember, we're early access. Okay, so we're early access with this game, and it's, to me, it's a balancing issue. Um, because right now, if you look at the pieces here, we'll just do this because, you know, screw it. It's Saturday and we're not really on any timetable or line whatsoever. So we're gonna look at this. It's probably not this chain right here. No, it's not. It's not that one either. Oh. Cleaver. Yeah, so once you get your first, I don't know, like 20 or so 20 or so basics out of the way, you're going to get your level 1, and these do, see, and here's the piece where I think there's a balance deal. Okay, if your poor node is 60 a minute, your rail 1 should be 60 a minute. That's how my brain works. Now, I have Satisfactory uploaded, and I've got the basics started of that game, and so I'm gonna go look and just double check. But I think the way Satisfactory kind of covers the difference, right, is when you first start the game, you have to use portable miners. Yeah, Kanem, I never played Factorio, so you're educating me on that one. I don't know how Factorio works. I really should just go ahead and spend the money and get it, so at least when people ask the difference, I have a better understanding of the two. But that's the big piece of Satisfactory does is when you first land on the planet, you have to go chop and break apart the material to get this level 1, right? I mean, that's the first thing you have to go do. This game gives you that. Pretty much just gives you it. Where Satisfactory makes that first part of the game just a little bit more of an effort. Now, if you skip, I think you don't have to do that if you skip the intro on the game and you just go to, like, here, put my habitat down and I can go. I think you can skip some of that manual work that you do. I should not do that hand gesture ever again. But so level 1, you've got rail 1, and then you pick up rail 2 at number 6. And these right here are so easy to get through that and again, if your first rail starts at what a normal node is, well, then that means that you can get maximum production from your poor nodes and your regular nodes from the very beginning of the game. There is literally no progression line there whatsoever. I mean, bam, you throw down some stuff, you turn it over, level 1, you've got it, and you're rolling, right? And you can use it at full production value both the first 2 levels of the game. You have to get to level 5 or 6 here, and you get level 2, which does 240, which is your pure nodes, and now you can transport maximum value in those pieces. So I think that in my opinion, there needs to be a little bit of a difference. Like this first one should be at 60. Yeah, it's slow. You just started the game, you know?
Grandpa, oh, Grandpa.
Uh-oh, hang on. I got parade beads. They went to St. Patrick's Day. I got parade beads. Um, so it's a balance thing. I think that is just one of those pieces where it needs a little balancing. Um, in the whole aspect of things. I got more beads. Oh.
I want you to know I had to fight frat boys for those.
Did you? You had to fight frat boys, huh?
It's actually on camera.
Oh, nice.
Junior.
That's too funny. So I think it's just a balancing deal. But again, like, we all have to take this within consideration here, okay? If you were able, I don't think you're even able to anymore, go back to the very, very first version of Satisfactory. All right. It had the exact same problems. It had the exact same issues. There was some balancing that needed to be done. There was some things that had to be adjusted in order to make things work. I think this is one of them. I mean, if you're going to put nodes that double every time, then your first rail should be what your poorest node is, 60. Which means if you go try to put, a excavator on a pure node, which we can get to at the very beginning of the game, then you should be limited to 60 in what you can transfer. And you're stuck at doing that, because what that would force you to do is think ahead in expanding your bases as your rails and production limits increase. So the maximum I can transfer anywhere on the map and anything I can do from day one would be 60. Then I get up to level 6, and then I can do 120. Well, now that means everywhere that I have a normal node, I need to go back and restructure the normal node. Or if I tapped into a pure node, I need to go back and upgrade and restructure that base area for being able to use 240. And honestly, if you put 60 and then you made these 120 and then you made rail 3s 240, because, I mean, come on, honestly, right now, who's pushing through 480 items per minute on stuff? It's so, if you are, great, but for the average player, nobody is really pushing 480 items per minute down any rail. And to me, 480 should be rail level 4, because you're always trying to force or encourage people to reach the next level, right? Like I am now I can make 480 items per minute, but I can't push that down my rails. Why? Because I need to complete one of these levels, or I need to make X number of items. Then I unlock this at level like 4, and I can put 480 items down it. So I go back and I update my rails and I expand my base a little bit more. And now, and so you're always trying to make that encouragement to the next level. And that always keeps people, pushing the game. Like, how do I get to the next point? What do I have to make to get to the next point? But I'm telling you, just about everything I'm doing right now, 408 or 240 is perfectly fine. Honestly, I have no huge incentive to go after 480, the tier 3 rails at the moment. But I'll tell you, if right now all my tier 2s, all my rails could only do 120 right now, I would be grinding to get that 240. I mean, I would be pushing for that 240. And so that's where I, in my opinion, you're always wanting to encourage the player to continue to push to the next level. Always keep them after the next goal. Give them something tenable that they can reach for, because as you do that, people can see. I mean, not everybody's a numbers nerd. Not everybody's going to look at it and be like, oh, well, I could make this, I could make this 5 pieces more efficient. There's a huge chunk of us that
Use this.
don't give a shit if we can make 5 more pieces more. But there are a lot of people that do. So I'm reading Kanam's. Kanam, I'm reading your stuff here. It paused on my deal. Oh yeah. No. They absolutely. Again, we can't see past like level 11 in the corporate deal. So where's level 4 going to be on there? At the same time, though, in the head, and Kanam, now I just now got the freaking that you did a 3 Raiders raid of my channel. My stuff is so slow. But there's going to be a graphical point you're going to reach that it's like if we look at this right now, okay, that's tier 2. I've seen tier 3. Tier 3 moves so fast across there that you almost can't tell that there's a limit there. You know what I'm saying? So if you make it faster than 480 with a tier 4, graphically, I don't think that's going to go over very well. I just don't think that's going to go over very well. So that's where I have added concerns, is that when they do that, yeah, I mean, you're doubling every time, right? So you're doing 120, you're doing 240, then the tier 3 is 480. So you're going to go to 960. That is going to be so fast that the graphics, I don't think, are going to be able to keep up with it. I agree. That was something we talked about in the beginning when we were looking at the planner. The planner doesn't really give an indication of how fast we can get items through the shipper, the drone system. And so that's something I think that I'm gonna try to set up a test. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to do it. I'm gonna have to get somebody, like get my wife on or something, and set it up so that one person can be at the other side, and one person can be at the starting point, and then you flick the switch to turn it on, and then you can start the watch, and you can sit on the other end and say, okay, from the time that it starts to get loaded to the time that it actually gets delivered is it 1 minute? Is it 30 seconds? So you can get 100 every 30 seconds, or when it delivers, then it has to go back, load, and come back. What is that time? Is that 1 minute? Because then if that's the case, you get 100 every minute. But I don't know if that's the case. So that's a good point. It's something that needs to be identified. And if that's the case, like if my distance of shipping things across the map, like if I'm making something on the east side and I'm shipping it all the way back over to the west side, or let me look at the map here. Is it, there we go. Like if I'm shipping from here and I'm bringing it all the way up to here, is that a time limit? Versus if I'm, say, making it here and I'm just shipping it over here because I just don't want a long line. I don't know. I mean, it's a very valid point. It's something that I don't know if it can be. I guess that's where multiplayer would be very useful because you could set that test up. Like you could be making something here and you could set up two dispatchers and then have somebody come right, stand next to a receiver over here and put a receiver all the way up here and have somebody stand there and start the clock and see if it makes any difference. Because it doesn't say. It gives no indication of that's what's what anywhere. It just says, I mean, even if I look at here, right? So here's my dispatcher. I'm looking at the information. It doesn't tell me anything. And even if I look here, all it does is tell me distance, which, I mean, what do that's where I think you might be onto something, because if it's identifying distance in this destination that I'm selecting, maybe there's a digital calculation going on in there somewhere. This doesn't say anything again either. Just takes it 10 seconds to load 100 items. And now it's 100. I'm only sending it at 115 meters. So I don't know. I mean, it's everybody's making very valid points. I mean, it's very, very valid points, very valid. I don't know. I want to say arguments because it's not really an argument, it's discussion. But it's clear that there is more that needs to be defined. Just so that we all can understand at least a little bit on why I may or may not be doing anything. I don't have any rods. Well, shit on me. I hate to save. God. I'm fairly certain it's not 10 seconds. I mean, I'm like really certain that it's not 10 seconds. I need 6. I need to grab some rods. But it might be. But I need somebody. It's going to take 2 people to test. Where am I making rods at? I'm making rods over here. Because you're going to have to do the stopwatch thing. That's the only way. Because this stuff doesn't give you. I don't know. Let's look at a receiver. Information. Yeah, it just says, like, I've got 2 cargo dispatchers here. Now, I'm sure if I labeled the dispatcher, it probably would get a name here. But I've got 2 that are sending to this direction. And then here, it doesn't tell me anything. I don't know. See... Well, see, and that's what I was just sitting here thinking. I'm like, well, I could take one of these out and see how long it takes to get here. But I know that my dispatcher is already full. So my dispatcher is waiting to send it. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do this because I am curious. I'm really honestly I'm freaking. We've been talking about it. It's got my nugget curled. Okay. So if we take this out,
Can use that.
10 seconds. So if the dispatcher already has something in it, it sent me in 10 seconds, it sent it here if it was already loaded. Yeah, yeah, the dispatcher's not going to send anything unless it's already full. So at this point in time, like right now, it's filling the dispatcher. So if your dispatcher is full and it sends it, that gives you 10 seconds, right? All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do it again. I know, hey, look, I don't normally stream on Saturdays, so we're completely out of the normal on this, ladies and gentlemen. We're figuring things out. We're talking things through. We're not doing our typical let's play through this game. So I know that might be a little bit boring for some of you, but this is again these are questions that I need to know. Okay, I gotta know. We gotta figure it out. So. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna bring the stopwatch back out. All right, and I'm gonna ditch that. Okay, we know that takes 10 seconds. So as soon as it comes in here, I'm gonna take another one out. Okay, so now it has to go back. And it is loading up. 10 seconds. Okay, so here's the kicker though. I got two dispatchers coming here. And I can get every 10 seconds. I can get it. I don't want to go shut down a dispatcher though, just to come back and forth. So if you have multiple dispatchers coming to multiple receivers, you can get 100 items every 10 seconds. So I need to find, do we have a... I probably don't. I probably don't have a receiver that's only getting one item. But hang on. We almost squirreled. We got to go get a couple of rods. And that may be a very true statement too. They may just poof right back over, through the aether to the other side. Very, 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 very possible. Which, again, that I'm going to see if I can find a dispatcher that's got one, or a receiver that's got one deal to it. Just trying to reload my ammo. Sorry, guys. Hang on. We will get back to testing momentarily with our regular scheduled insanity. You know what? Screw this. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop. 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 All right, let's find us a receiver. It's got one item here. Yep, you're getting two. I don't know if I have any receivers that are only taking in one item. I think I've doubled up on everything. Yeah, we definitely need a trash can. I completely agree. Or I don't even care if it's a trash can. Let me just right click and hit delete. Something. But that just throwing them on the ground. I mean, when you toss them on the ground, if you stand in the same place and top a bunch of them, they like kill each other. So I know that there's that. And then when the rupture comes through, it wipes them out. But it would be nice to have like a trash can just to dump a bunch of garbage in. And it'd be nice to have move the entire group of something from my inventory to a block all at one time. I miss the shift click versus where this does a double click. You don't get the shift click option. You got to double click everything between the two. Okay, could have swore we were bringing stuff in over here. I'll almost guarantee this is bringing it in too as well. Oh, okay. This one's got one. This one's got one. All right. All right. We could test it here. Test it here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So, all right. Let's reset my timer here. And I'm going to take out 2 stacks.
Oh, yes.
So, it took 10 seconds for us to bring that full stack if it was already loaded. Okay? Then it took another 30 seconds for it to go back, load, and come back. So in total, it was 40 seconds to bring the first load and then go back. So I would have to say that, yeah, 30-second round trips for 100 if you're constantly using these and one receiver is going back and forth. Every 30 seconds, you're going to be able to get 100. So that's where it works really well if you're using two dispatchers to one receiver. Because you could be constantly bringing in 100 at a time, consistently about every 10 seconds. So if you've got enough receivers, conceivably, okay, so let my higher brain crank. The higher brain says that if you have two dispatchers to one receiver, you can get 100 items every 30 seconds. No, every 15 seconds. So that's that's 400 a minute. With two dispatchers. Yeah. So, but that's the worst case, right? That's the worst case. If you're talking, I know that over in my, we'll pop over there real quick and I'll just show you what I got going on. KC in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, KC was the latest super fan yesterday. Thank you very much, KC. So we'll go over here and look at what I've got going on over here. Now, yeah, so here's what I've got going on, right? I mean, I've got a tier 2 with 1,600 sitting in there. Had to work outside to cover up holes. No more birds getting in. All right. That's dude, that's so awesome. That's such a funny story though. I'm telling you. I literally told that story to somebody else yesterday. That is entirely too much. So I've got 16, 20, I got 20, 2,400 pre-set up to be able to be shipped. But there's the question. How much am I making right now? I make 200. I make 200 every minute from each one of these. Dude, it is so funny though. That is such a crazy story. So I'm just off of these 3 refineries, I'm making 600 sulfuric acid every minute. And right now, I can ship out, I think these are battery acid, turbine acid, turbine acid. So between these two, what are we talking about? We got to 100 every 20 seconds, so 300 a minute, right? 300 a minute for one of these. So if I was using at maximum value on the other end, it would take 3 refineries to 2 dispatchers. Right? Am I completely batshit crazy? It would take 20 seconds to get 100 stack full and back, right? So we're talking each one of these in a minute would be able to do 300, right? And so at maximum velocity. Yeah, I don't even want to answer the question. I'm sure that I'm sitting here looking like some kind of freaking mentally challenged man child. I'm sure of it. But yeah, so I'm thinking if you did, at maximum value, you could do 3 refineries pushing to one cargo dispatcher. So 240 items per rail, 4 items per second. You get 100 items a stack. That would roughly 25 a second versus verse 20, 100 every 20 seconds. If we're only doing one cargo dispatcher at a time. Casey, you're ridiculous. But if you put 2 dispatchers to one receiver, then you could exceed what you could do with rails. And comparatively, you could compound that a whole lot faster. Because I wonder if you could do 3 dispatchers to one receiver. And then the problem would be your rail. Because even if you could get it in that fast, your rail couldn't keep up in pushing it out to your items. So you'd have to then extend another receiver. So really, conceivably then, the best way to do it is have 2 dispatchers to one receiver. With an estimated 30-second turnaround. You know, I mean, we could, we nitpick down to like 20 some seconds or whatever. But if we just said, for easy math, 30-second turnaround, every single time it went, dropped off, came back, loaded, and went and dropped off. You could cut that into every 15 seconds with having 2 dispatchers going to one receiver. And then legitimately your rail speed at the receiver end would be your bottleneck. And then you just have to work back from there. So really, with me not having this build up here, as fast as I can pump out with 3 refineries, the sulfuric acid, the best that I could do if I didn't have the storage, the best I could do is doing 2 dispatchers to one receiver, and then I could get 600 a minute, I think. Because you'd be getting 100 every 15 seconds. 800. 800 a minute. Which then in turn means that none of my rails would be able to work. I'd have to start splitting it up on the other end rail-wise. But we are probably so far down into the weeds on this one, it is ridiculous. I think the biggest thing that we need to know is that you could put 2 dispatchers to one receiver, and you're going to pull about 400 items per minute. We just make that a little easier on the other end. Okay. All right, I'm done fumbling with that shit. Let's see. Kenham's breaking out to Big enough to bring me. Okay, here's what's going on with what you have here. You have pulled out 2 stacks. Okay, hang on. Let me pause. I've got, for those of you on other platforms, I have Kinnem over on Twitch right now pulling out the big brain stuff on me, and he's putting it into the chat over on Twitch. So, okay. Oh, stop. What are you... Oh, freaking OBS is being a pain in the ass. Okay. Man, some of y'all do the freaking mathematics that just freaking cracks my brain. See, that's what when I went to school. After I got out of the military, I went to school, and I initially went to school for. I went to school for computer system security. Right, I was going to go be one of those cyber nerds and do that thing. And they told me I was going to have to take a math class every single quarter for all 4 years. I was always going to be taking math. And I went to the dean and I said, hey, what can I do where I can hire the guy to do the math for me? And that's how I got into project management. He's like, here, go take this project management class. And the rest is history. I don't like doing the math. So basically, kind of what I'm thinking is we're coming out with here is with 2 dispatchers going to 1 receiver, we're talking 400 a minute is what we can dump off, which means we would have to use T3 rails. No, we could use T2 as long as we're using everything every single time it drops off. And and this is where the game, okay. So this is where some of this goes a little sideways, right? Yeah, I'm with you. I couldn't. Safirio dropping some gifts. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. This is absolutely where. All right, so finalize point, and then I'm gonna go back to making some shit. 8 items per second. Let's feel inspired to a point. Okay, so 8 items a second is what you're getting out of that. That works. Where it all kind of doesn't matter, because it gets a little wonky. Like as soon as you finish the making of the item and shipping it off to the corporation. So once this electromagnetic coil is done, right? And we ship off all of it and the Moon Energy Corp is finished and they're happy. What else uses the electromagnetic coil? If nothing, or we have to work on the next item, we're building up electromagnetic coils. They're either going to storage, or they're in every one of the mega presses that we had. You're going to build up 100, and then it's going to stop until we start using them again. Because there's nowhere for it to go unless it's legitimately being used. So no matter what you do in this game, it does not matter. In this game, damn, we got another one coming already. You are always going to build up a surplus somewhere. Whether it's in the last machine on the production line, or whether you put it in storage. But once that storage fills up, or once that machine fills up, everything else down the line backs up, and you have no use for it. So in all honesty, I think what we're kind of running into is we're fighting against ourself and our own human mindset. And of course, we've got some bias. If anybody has played any of the other factory games, which are trying to push items forward to us, and we have some place to dump the excess, because you're always trying to find the maximum efficient rating that we're producing exactly as much as we're using all the time. And this game does not do that, because we have no place to dump anything off to. There's nothing to, we could make 100,000 electromagnetic coils. We could put a whole bunch of storage up for it. But we can't sell them. We can't trade them. We can't put them in a trash can. We can't do anything with them. I mean, eventually, we are going to get all the way up to tier 13 in this one, tier 11 here. We're going to get to tier 11, and we're not going to have anywhere else. Yeah. You're not going to have anywhere else to go. I mean, we're going to hit level 11 where you'll just stack it up. So the only thing that we come into, and again, if you're, this is that piece. Somebody else was talking about multiplayer today, and I don't know if Funario or Funio is still hanging around. Probably not, because we got nerdy. But we're in, even as a single person running in this game and building, you can't build the next piece fast enough to keep up with the production. You just can't. Like, I mean, I'm going to go set up, titanium bars. Well, okay, the next level, I need wolfram bars. Well, while I'm setting up wolfram bars, titanium bars are still running. So when I come back to titanium bars to make titanium rods, I have an excess of bars that are ready to dive immediately into making rods. While that's going, my wolfram bars are constantly running and building up a surplus. So then when I go back to build plates, now I'm building it. You're always bouncing from one thing to the other, so you're never going to not have a surplus of items in this game. You're just not, because you've got to constantly be moving between areas, setting up production lines, and in that building time period is when you're going to be building up a surplus of something. It doesn't matter where you're going. It honestly doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't matter what you're doing. You're always going to build a surplus on something and somewhere. Like this here's a prime example. We're making, liquid helium. I haven't had anything that uses liquid helium since we made it and we shipped it off to the corporations. So now I've got 3,200 liquid helium just sitting in these storages, plus another 300 here. I got nothing to do with it because I don't have, the next thing in line doesn't even use these yet. So that's just the interesting thing about this game. Again, it is early access. This is the very, 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 very first release. And I'm sure that if you went back to the very, 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 very first early access release of of Satisfactory or Factorio or Foundry or any of those things, they would be doing exactly the same thing. You would have the exact same problem. The only difference is those systems are pushing items forward, and they're just stacking up, waiting to be used on your conveyor belts. Whereas in this is holding it at the last production line until it's needed going forward. To me, that's a saver because I don't have a bunch of crap to render on my conveyor belts or my lines. So graphically, I think that saves me some stuff. And since in this game, like Satisfactory now has, and I should stop saying like, Satisfactory has like what is it, the ticket machine? The recycler or whatever that you can just take your excess and dump into there for points that build up where you can get tickets to then buy special things. We don't have that yet. So there was a point in Satisfactory where you would get to the last thing you were building and you would have it packed, and every conveyor belt from the start to the finish would be sitting there waiting for you to use those items. That's just the way. That's just the I don't know. It's just the way of things. The beast in the system. However you want to put it, but you're not going to get away from it in this game, and be able to get what Satisfactory does, which is perfect production lines. I mean, that's what Satisfactory is after. In the bottom line, that's what that game does. You're always shooting for perfection in every little bitty, like, I mean, you can overcharge and underpower your machines in order to put out half pieces per minute. That's insane to me. In order to completely optimize your lines, this game does not do that in any form or fashion, and I don't think I would want it to. It's not that game. If you want that kind of anality, go play that game. You probably will be much happier doing that. This one, right now, you're always just going to have it back up on you. It really doesn't matter. Even if I would be interested if we put 4 people in this game and we all experienced players. Okay, so Kenham, Safirio, who else we got in there? Charles, maybe even my wife. And we all got in on one game. And since we all know what we're doing, we all have an idea of where we're trying to upload things, what we're trying to do, what's the next thing to build, how to read, the system, how fast could we build and expand in order to try to not have surplus towards the end of the game. I honestly would be curious how quickly you would have to continue to keep building in order to not have it back up on you. I think that, man, you would seriously have to, I don't know where I'm going. Let's go back to the main base real quick. You would seriously have to be like just constantly, everybody would have to be focused on building. And I honestly think you would probably end up with, you'd end up a problem here with basic building materials is what would end up slowing you down. With 4 people trying to go and build all at the same time, it would be basic building materials that you would be dragging behind on. It'd be a crazy game. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Not today. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna get back to you guys. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do some crazy. How fast can we build through this game with 4 people working all at the same time to try to get through these as fast as we possibly could. In multiplayer. I'm curious if we could build quick enough to stay ahead of the production so that we didn't have a ton of stuff building up in the back. It'll be crazy. It absolutely will be freaking nuts. Not in no way am I going to deny that. It would be one hell of a time. But I would be curious, could 4 people build fast enough, push through everything fast enough that we could keep up with production? I think even with 4 people, I don't think we could. I'll be honest. I think we would still end up getting slowed. But our building materials piece would be a huge piece of what we would have to stay focused on. Because without those building materials, it wouldn't matter. As soon as somebody runs out and there's nothing more to pick up, you're going to build up a surplus somewhere. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. I want to try it, though. I'm going to try it. So, let's see. We got Charles in on it. Safirio's in on it. I'm in on it. So we need one more person to commit and say, yep, you would do it. So, but see, so the idea behind that, though, right, is without being a single person playing, we can then say, that's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where somebody streams from. I'll be the primary streamer. Anybody else can stream from whatever platform you want to stream on. It doesn't matter what platform it is. You don't have to be on all of them. It doesn't make no sense. No. You don't have to change anything at all about what you do. I know Safirio has the ability. He could stream it if he wanted to. Charles, I don't know about but you don't have to even stream it. I'll do it. I'll stream it, and it doesn't matter. I just want to be able to see with 4 people could we do it. But it is a piece where, okay, now we're going to build this next item, and we need to add a little bit. We need to expand this base back here, right? So somebody can come back over to this base, expand it 2 or 3, machines in order to increase production for what we're now doing. And then somebody else is over here increasing production, and somebody over here is building the new product. Exactly, and you have one person running around going and getting blueprints and stuff like that you need. So I think that I want to try it. I want to try it with whoever's willing to try it. So it looks like we get Charles involved. Looks like we got Safirio involved. Kanam, it kind of sounds like you're down, and you, and then me, and that will put 4 of us. And we go after it and see how fast we can build and how fast we can try to get through the levels as quickly as we possibly can, and in an attempt to not have a huge buildup of product from behind. That's okay, Charles. You don't have to stream it. It's no big deal. We'll put everybody on the same Discord. We'll put everybody in the same Discord. We'll talk about it some more. It's not something that we're going to do tomorrow or anything like that. It'll be... It probably is at least a week away. At least a week. So it's not anything that we, nobody needs to panic. But I do want to try it. I do want to try it. I want to get after it. I want to see if we can do it. Wild Wolf coming in with the love. Hello, sir. All right, we need to finish building our stuff so we can get electromagnetic coils. That was the whole point for today, was to do freaking electromagnetic coils. And we have not. We've got plates done. I think we got plates done. Yeah, we would absolutely do it over Discord. We wouldn't try to do it. We wouldn't try to do it in game chat or anything. I don't even know if this game has a game chat. Does it have a game chat? I don't even know. I haven't even looked. Let's make some more food. We picked some more stuff up, so let's max those out again. All right, let's put some of this stuff up. We gotta go do some stuff. We gotta get this base over here built. Let's put that up. Let's put this up. So I would say, okay, for the world engine. Yeah, Kanem, I need to spend some time looking at that. I probably will do it maybe tomorrow or something. I did sign up and verify and everything with them all the way across the board. I just need to do, more understanding them. So I definitely am going to be doing that. Because in all honesty, I really could use a new rig. I really could. I'm probably going to blow this one up here pretty soon. I'm scared. I really am. Okay. I need to eat some lunch, guys. I am really freaking hungry. But I really want to get this base done. I don't think I have... Oh, we did put it there. Okay. Sure. Okay, so we're putting out 360 there. Yeah, Charles, you actually did it the hard way, dude. I think the last time I went in with about it was 4 stacks of standard ammo, because you're looting ammo and stuff while you're in there. But I would take, I don't know, I'd do 1,500 rounds or so, and if you're using multiple weapons, do it that way too. If you take some basic building material and you take, say, 4 stacks of wolfram powder, you can make the standard ammo while you're in there. But you have to take the stuff with you. So the question is, do I take it with me and make it there, or do I just make it all ahead of time? If you had 5 stacks of the rifle ammo, the standard ammo, and that's all you took, you would be just fine. If you took the standard ammo and your pistol, and you maybe took 1 300 round stack of pistol ammo, from the looting that you would be doing inside the place, you'll have plenty. Let's see. Where okay, so we've built that over there. We've got it stacking up. We need storage over here. We're gonna do this here. We need to make, I think it's the furnace, right? It's the furnace. Let's go look here real quick. We just got to make sure we get the right thing set up. Because we got to make these things. Super magnets. We got to make super magnets. We need sulfuric acid. We need chemicals. And we need wolfram plate. And those are in the furnace. So, If we did, let's do this. Oh, furnace. We do a furnace here, right? No, I need to bring in stuff. So the first thing I want to do is bring in a receiver. So if we're bringing a receiver on that side, and then we have wolfram plates coming from that side, so 2 over there. Technically, I could squeeze. I'm not going to squeeze it in there, though. Oh, screw it. I'm going to put this one right here. Okay, and then we would need... That would bring in, and then we'd bring in, okay, so we could probably squeak that over 1. I'm just trying to make sure we got enough room. Oh, let's save, freeze. Okay, I don't want to go there. 1, 2. We go there, right? And then this one here, we would come out 1 and do standard. Okay, and then we would bring this one, actually, we bring it over here and bring it down. We got to take these out, though. This sucks so hard. I hate doing this. There we go. Come on now. One, 2. There we go. Will you reach? Will you do it in 1? Oh, my lord, you would, but I don't like the way that cuts. Screw it. I'm going to go with that. Okay. We need furnaces. We got a furnace. Let's get up off the ground. Let's use the drone here. So we do 1. Skip. Skip. I think we can support 4. This game seems to like the number 4 a lot, right? So if we go here, we need to do these. Oh, shit. Okay, so 5. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sulfuric acid, 5 every 3 seconds. That's 15 a minute. We can do that. That's 15. Yeah, we can do it. 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 But I'm guaranteeing you right now, our chemicals are our problem. We don't even really have to go any further, in all honesty, because the chemicals are going to bust our freaking nuggets right now. And the reason I'm saying that, and it's very matter of fact, I'll be honest, is because sulfuric acid takes chemicals, and then we're taking 2 chemicals here every 3 seconds. We don't have enough chemicals. Yeah, that's got us in a hucklebuck, ladies and gentlemen. This will make sense in a second because I don't think I can go from there to there. Yeah, I can't. And I don't want to go there because I got to go that way. So we got to go there. And then we got to split it 2 and 2. Okay. Yeah, no trash can or recycle. Yeah, there's nothing like that. It would be really nice if there was. Okay, super magnet. We got to label these so we know where to send stuff. And chemicals. Okay. All right, it's set. It's ready to go. I don't think we have to send these magnets anywhere other than to the next level. So we're for now, but I'm gonna put these in. I don't think I'm gonna make storage for it right now because I don't think that's gonna do me any good to make storage for it. I want to make some storage for it, but I don't know which way to. Yeah, I don't know which way to go with these. I think I'm gonna go this way with them. Oh, what are you doing? I hate that. Golly, it's such a pain in the ass. Like, I didn't ask you to go way over there and screw my shit up. Okay. All right, we're got things set up. So chemicals are our problem, ladies and gentlemen. We are not making enough chemicals to just do those super magnets. So we're gonna have to figure out how to do chemicals. Let me just. Okay, we're not doing any storage there. We built up a shit ton of storage over there. Let's just leave that alone. We need to go to the calcite base. The calcite base, we've been making chemicals. We got chemicals making right here. But we're only making... They're only pumping out at 60. 60 a minute. Casey passing over some goodies. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Big time, dude. Synthetic silicone, wolfram powder, and helium makes the chemicals. Guess what we are, where we have all of those items. Yep. Our synthetic silicon base. Didn't think I was going to make it. So we are pumping out freaking, what, 60 times freaking, I don't know, like 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. We're pumping out 600 synthetic silicon at a time over here. This is already headed for hardening agent. That is headed nowhere, and that is headed nowhere. So we have got a bunch of synthetic silicon that we can send somewhere. We're using this for this base here. We have a ton of wolfram powder up here. So where? I don't know. I bet I could use some of this right here. And we could just do it right here. A fat base right there. We could fly in the silicone, we can fly in, and we can just bring the... I think we can do that. But I need to calculate. I don't know how much we're using here. I mean, we've got a ton of this stuff set up just waiting, and the only thing that it's being used for is this. And we're using one. We're using 60, so we're using 600 a minute. Right? If we're full production, we're using a 600 per minute. So what are we, which if we started using that to make chemicals, what are we producing? I don't know what we're producing. These are 8, so this is 240. That's 240. That's 240. So we're using 16 up there, so 40 times 3 is 120. We have 120 left over. That's not enough. That's not enough. Oh, wait a minute. We've got this right here we're not even using. We set this up right here, but we're not producing or putting anything out of this. Such your commented on the butt puckering experience, huh? Oh, you're too funny. And we actually have 2 right here that we're not using. I think I want to use this though, and what's right here for some other stuff. I think we need to use this. So if we take that, we take the wolfram, we fly in the wolfram powder from here and the synthetic silicon from here. We should be able to do it. I think there's a flat spot right here. That we can do it in. 0.3 of a second. Dude, that was so close, man. Like, literally, I think the flame was on one side of the wall as the door was closing on the other side of the building. It was so freaking close. I'm like, wow. That was crazy.
Come here.
Grab these real quick.
Interesting.
Where are we at? We're
Good stuff.
do I have I have at least one. Okay. Well, no, it's already set up over there. I don't have to do anything with it. I just have to go build. That was crazy, man. I freaking couldn't believe how close that was. And it's funny because when I used Nexus clips to go through that whole stream and look for some stuff, that literally was the number one item that showed up on Nexus clips to use for my clip. So that was pretty funny. I laughed at that. I thought that was good. All right, we're going to pop up over the wall here. I need to check on the Wolfram base. I think I've got two items over here that two dispatchers that I can use. And if I do, then that we got two at the synthetic silicon area that I can use, and I've got two over at here that I can use, and that means we just have to go set it up, and it'd be pretty easy to do that. And it's over in the area where I'm going to need it anyway. So, yay! Oh, well, I'm going to need some of it. Oh, because I didn't plug you guys in. Oh, let's plug everybody in. There we go. Now everybody's plugged in. Okay. Are you not plugged in? You're not plugged in? You're plugged in. Where are you sending to? You're not sending anywhere. You're plugged in, but you're supposed to be sending. But you're not sending. And you ain't got nothing there. Well, that may be an explanation of something. You're supposed to be sending too, but you've got nothing there. Why did we stop making stuff? What do we got going on down here? Hello. Outbounds are all hooked up. Outbounds are all hooked up. Right? Okay. Running all. Okay. Inbounds. Guess what? Inbounds are not hooked up. And inbounds are not hooked up. Alright, well, that's to solve that problem. Get everybody cranking. We're going to need you. Okay, so we do have two. Nope, that one's not. That one's not. I think I only have one. That one's empty. And that one's being used. Okay. Well, we have a lot more over here, so I can pretty easily drop. I can easily drop two more, I think. Dispatcher. Yeah, we just do this with them right here. Right? One. Two. Okay, easy peasy. Whoopsie. All right, we got more than enough wolfram powder. We got more than enough synthetic silicon. Now we just got to go over to the spot that has the helium that's sitting there, and we'll go from there. We'll get it. We'll get it. I need something to drink, man. I'm thirsty. I need something to eat too. All right. Shit. Wait a second. I got a whole one sitting here not even used yet. Oh my God. Okay. Nope. We're just kind of moving on. It doesn't really matter either way. I still need more chemicals, because if I don't have more chemicals, I'm not going to get anything else that I need. I don't have enough. I am certain I don't have enough acid, sulfuric acid, to make anything else work. So we need to come over here and do this like good little peoples. We got plenty of space. Make it all work right here. I don't like using this spot because why? Well, there's freaking all these right here that grow all right here in the same spot. What? I had one right here. What is this one called? Helium base. Freaking mental. Yeah. Oh, and I've got these all set up to freaking deliver somewhere, but I don't need to deliver them anywhere. All right. Revamp time, ladies and gentlemen. How quickly can we freaking redo all this? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Let's go ahead. That's a big power source. We'll take this down because I don't like where it's at. And we'll leave all those up. They'll do just fine right there. All right. Okay, and these are probably pumping out freaking, yeah, 8.2s. That's 240, 240. So we're 960. We don't have to worry about this shit. Okay, so if I'm going to do it, then I need to do a receiver over here. Okay, we can pump down that line right there. So let's just give it space. No, hang on. If we bring all of these down and we bring them along one line, then we can put this one, we need to do that one there, and then that one there. Okay. Cancel that. What the hell did I just name that thing? Chem 2. Okay, wolfram powder is going to come there. The synthetic silicon is going to come there. The helium is going to come there. And we're going to start right there. We needed furnaces. Bring this back up. Let's see. We don't want to be right on that. We need 3. We don't want to be right on that. So we need 1. Can we do this? 1, 2, 3. We can go right there. 1 there. Skip 1 there. Oops, let's make sure we all stay on the same height, ladies and gentlemen. 1 there. I think we can get away with 4. Again, the game likes 4 a lot of the time. What the fug monkeys? Okay, so well, we don't have to worry about helium. Helium can stuff through as fast as we can stuff it through, so that's not a big deal. 3. Wow, that wolfram powder is gonna freaking jack us, I think. Because that's 120, 180? 180 per minute. Shit, to be all honest, we should have just built this up by the wolfram freaking powder. No, I got a plan to make that work. Screw this shit. We're doing 4. We're doing 4. I can beat this. I can beat this. This is not. No, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it with 4, but I'm gonna do it like this. Yep. Okay. Tough. Fairly certain I didn't say there. Ah, biscuits. Anybody else? No? All right. Get my ass back to work. Of course, it would save right there. Come on now. Come on. God damn, that save time's pissing me off. Okay, looks like we need to put in a gun over here. Chase off the wolves. No biggie, we'll do that. Okay, wait, let's put some flora in real quick, and then we'll go chase down the stuff we need. What? If you wait to put your flora in like this, it, for those who experience stutter, you don't experience the build stutter that you can get when you're moving your base around and you're doing stuff. You avoid that by just waiting. Another wave, really? Wow. Well, I feel like we've had a lot of waves today. Okay, what did we name this one? We got a Chem Wolf powder. I wanted to keep, okay. Chem 2 Wolf Pow 1. Chem 2 Wolf Pow 2. Okay. So this has been a great time. Anybody who's still watching and hanging out there, we are doing the TikTok 1,000 follower game giveaway. When we hit 1,000 followers on TikTok, all those who are following on TikTok will be put in for a game of your choice, $60 or less. It'll be a drawing, a random drawing. We'll do it at a stream, one of the streams, and we will give away a game when we hit 1,000. We're almost at 900. We were 896 last night, I think, when we finished the day. I don't know where we're at right now today, but yeah. So we're edging up on the first milestone, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it with YouTube, and we're gonna do it with Twitch as well. When we hit 500 on either one of those, we're kind of slow growth on both of those channels. But when we hit 500 on each one of those, we'll do it. And on YouTube again, we'll do it again when we hit 1,000 for both of those as well. And then we'll do something really nice when on TikTok when we get to 5,000, because that's the next level. First TikTok's 1,000, then 5,000. And when we hit 5,000 on TikTok, we'll do something. I'm not sure. I have no idea what we're gonna do yet, but maybe by then, hopefully, I'll have a sponsor or something, and they'll be cool with donating something to the giveaway, or something like that. So we'll see. But first things first, share it out, follow on TikTok, so that we can get TikTok to 1,000. I want to give a game away. How is it not stable right there? But it's stable right there. Screw it. Freaking just be stupid. Just be freaking stupid. I don't care. All right, now we got to go do the synthetic silicon, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll be making a whole lot more chemicals. I don't know if we'll be making enough, though. That's the question. Missed the stairs. Oh shit, wait a second. I thought I had two that were empty. Well, shit. Okay, let me just throw another one in. Screw it. Fug nuggets. Okay. we can finish this chemical base up, I'm gonna call it a day. I gotta get up, walk around. I gotta get something to eat. Okay, we're cranking. We should be cranking on that side too. Look at us go. Look at us go. Look at us go. How we doing? All right, we're doing all right. Oh, we're gonna go this way. Oh, I went over the heat level too. Shit. Okay. Oh my God. Doing something you learned from me on 7 days. Oh my Lord. Please tell me it's not dying. No, we're running four. Four furnaces with chemicals. Oh, Casey, you know, you could keep shit like that to yourself. You really could. I mean, you know, just you don't have to say you learned that from me. I mean, you could have done that on your own, right? I mean, come on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that puts our chemical base. Um, we're going to let chemicals run. We're making freaking 4 times. It looks like we're doing pretty good, too, keeping up. So we're running out 60 a second, right? Or, I'm sorry, 60 a minute. 4 times 60. What are we doing? 120, 240? We're running 240. Saphira, you don't have to encourage him. Golly, you guys are killing me. All right. I probably could do some stuff to speed this up. Because somehow This should be handling it. Oh, it's the stop because we're putting stuff in. I may have to take 2 of these and put like 1 over here or something. It doesn't really matter because they got to run to this end anyway. Maybe I change this and move this up here. I don't know. This base needs to be just a little bit reloaded. Either way, it is what it is. We got it done. It's here. Now we need to we're doing all right on this one. I think everybody looks like they're getting what they need. Synthetic silicone looks like it's almost perfect. Yeah, these are, wow. Yeah, these are, we're working pretty good here. We're working pretty good. Good. I probably could do this a little bit better, though. I mean, in all honesty, I could probably be a... Here we got some. We got some. Yeah, we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to make a freaking. We're gonna have to make a gun. We're gonna have to put a gun over here. That'll take care of that bullshit. Put these on low priority. Set all these on low priorities. If there's ever a backup, right? Wherever at any point we're not using, if these are all full, okay? These are all full and everything's accounted for, then these are low priority to put stuff in. So just overflow shit. So there's a stupid thing with the freaking deals. You've got to be near where these are at. So when you, if like right now I'm away, okay, so I'm away from the base, nothing's here, blah, 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 I'm off doing my own thing, and then they shouldn't be attacking when you're not at least at the base. But then I go, okay, here I'm going, and I need to go to the plate base. So you'll come into an area, and then all of a sudden it'll be like, you know, there's increased alien activity or whatever it is, and you'll see whatever the pillar is will start to light up. You need to head towards wherever your defenses are at, so that you can be there near them when the base attack goes on. If you try to stand, so we found this out. We're going to test it here pretty soon, because we're going to upgrade one of our bases and have base attacks. We're going to do it. It's going to happen. But yeah, so there's that little problem right there. All right, we're getting plates. We've got chemicals. We need sulfuric acid. And I don't feel like fucking with that right now. But you've got to get close to them. So that's the problem. And I'll show you here. Here, let me save. I'll show you what the wife and I have got set up on our game, and there's probably a damn good chance when I go into the game, within just a few minutes, it's going to trigger an attack. I was too far away from my gun line, and the freaking aliens like spawned in on the backside of my guns. Oh shit! Christy and I are about ready to go do the world engine. Okay, I'll need to freaking save that. Record that tonight. So here's my gun line. Because our closest base, our closest one that keeps going off every single time to attack the base, is this one down here. Because that's the core that's upgraded right there. Even though we have a core right there, it's not an upgraded core. And this one right down in here is the one that goes off. And they'll either come to this base if we're over by this base, or they'll come to this base if we're over by this base, which is way further away, but that's the core that's upgraded. And this is the closest tower piece that is near it. And so I've got a gun line set up here. So anytime they come this way, it's only upgraded once, so I don't get Goliaths or anything like that. But I got a nice gun line set up there. And then if you have ever seen, what is the movie? There's a movie that came out with, I don't know, like the Canyon or fucking something like that, the Gorge. We've got a series of guns set up here, so when they spawn and they come up this way, all this series of guns right here just freaking chew the shit out of them. They don't have a chance. And again, this one's not upgraded. This one's base. But because we're close, if somebody is standing over here, they will come this way. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, whatever, you'll notice pretty quick that they'll always come from the same monolith. And usually it's the closest monolith to the one that you have upgraded. Doesn't mean that they're only going to attack the upgraded one. Because again, this one over here is a core base level 0. It has not been upgraded. But if we're standing over here, one of the waves will try to attack this base. If we are not standing over there, if both of us are standing over here at the same time, then they'll come this way. And then they'll run into this freaking wall of just death and destruction. I was kind of hoping I'd get it to trigger just getting into the base and getting into the game. Because we've done it a couple of times, and within like the first couple of minutes of getting into the game and being near you have to be near the base. That's the thing. If I don't come anywhere near this base with this upgraded monolith, I don't have a problem. But if I come back, like if I've been off and gone out in the world doing something else for, 3 hours, and I come back to this base, almost as soon as I teleport into this base, this monolith will kick off and start trying to blow my shit up and come after me. But they typically try to come after the person first, because we've been up here. We there are several times before we got that wall of guns put up. We were up here several times, and they attacked, and we would respawn over at the lander, and they would come looking for us if we got close, or I would come running in here, try to grab my stuff and take off running that way, and they would chase me all the way over to that other base. So I'm not sure I've got their patterns 100% figured out just yet. But I know that at the very least, you want to have turrets available before you upgrade any of your base cores, because you're going to want to put them in. But the key is it gives you like a warm up, an announcement saying that, hey, we're gonna, they're gonna attack you. I really wish it would do it while I was right here, right now. Mainly because I want to show off the wall of death. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping, hanging out here just a little bit. Let's see, let's run away just a little bit and see if maybe I can get it to. I don't know I have no idea. I've done no research on how the attacks are timed, so I don't know what the timing is for them. I know it happens. It seems like it happens. It doesn't happen until I'm at least close to one of the bases. So that's the kind of I'm waiting to see here. You get certain distance away, and then you like come back to it, and it'll be like, oh yeah, increased activity, and but I don't know what our rupture time is either. It may not want to kick off right now because of the rupture. We may be getting close to a rupture time too. But yeah, the kicker is though, is as soon as I hear that like it gives a thing coming from the sky and it does all this crazy stuff saying, oh, there's increased activity, blah 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 blah. If I'm all the way over here, the first thing you have to do is haul ass for this wall, because if I don't and I just sit over here and be like, yeah, okay, the wall's got it, they will actually spawn right here. They won't spawn down by the actual monolith. They'll show up right here on my doorstep. So that's why, like, when it starts telling me, I'm screaming at the wife, run, get to the wall, because if you don't, it'll actually spawn closer to your base instead of where you want it to. That's the only thing that I know to be absolutely 100% truth when it comes to this game. Is that when it comes to being attacked in this game, at least, is just that you don't. This is where my defenses are. This is where I want to be. And I put my own like power. I protected my power just like I do the base core, because they've come up in here and turned the power off, and then the guns turn off. So I had to do that. So we kept all the guns in power, and then I've got manufacturing up here for bullets. Now these I have to automatically load. I don't think I have the power to. Yeah, oh, I do. I can put turrets in, and then I can actually resupply these automatically. I don't have any of this stuff right now to do it. I'm not going to bother with it right now. But yeah, that's the one thing I know is true, is that you get a warning before anything happens. And then the biggest thing you've got to do is wherever your guns are, you know, away from your base, you want to run. But you always want to put like your guns, your defenses between the monolith that they spawn at and the base core that you have. As long as you keep it between the two and then you run towards it, then they'll spawn on the other side of your defenses and not right next to the base core. And you can get them. But if I stay all the way over by the base core, then they're going to spawn over there. And that's a real pain in the rear. And obviously then I put another gun right here. So just in case they do get up in here, there's one more added piece of defense. But but if I stay all the way back here by the habitats and like, yeah, sure, whatever, they'll spawn in at the end of the edge of the base right here, and easily get in here and start attacking everything. And then it's just a nightmare, because they infected this thing at one point. Man, Christy and I suffered so hard trying to take our base back. It was so difficult. It was so bad that I almost gave up. I mean, that's how bad it was. It was like, I don't know if we're ever going to take this back. And that's where all of our goodies are being made. That's where the ammo's being made. And what the hell, you know? And it was that bad. I was like, I just screw this shit. I want to give up now. But she held me in there, and we took it back, and then built this fat freaking wall over here and just said, bring it. And we've done pretty well. But again, it's only level 1. That's all it was. We didn't do anything. We haven't upgraded it since. And so, but we're gonna do it on our playthrough over there at some point. We're gonna start upgrading the base, one of our cores, and we're gonna go through what it looks like when you get it all upgraded. How bad the defenses are and things like that. All right. Nope. Yep. I'm going to quit anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to go get something to eat, man. I am freaking hungry as shit. I've been at this for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I got to take a break. We got further along in the plates and what we were doing, and we did really good with that, and that's exciting. And we got a new chemical base set up, which is really cool. I don't know if it's enough, but we got it set up. So we'll come back on Tuesday and continue to work on the super magnets and the coils, electromagnetic coils, and see if we can get those done and get those turned in. So, ladies and gentlemen, hang tight, man. We're gonna have some stuff come up. We're gonna do a 4-person freaking StarRupture from day 1 and see how fast we can get through it. We got to coordinate it a little bit. It's going to take us maybe a week, maybe 2 to get it coordinated, but we're going to do it. We may even do it, well, we can't do it a day. It's going to have to be on a Saturday. I know it's going to have to be a Saturday. It may have to be a Sunday. I'm not exactly sure. But we're going to coordinate it out. We're going to get it figured out. We're going to do StarRupture 4-person. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday at 2 Eastern with StarRupture. And then, again, we'll be back Sunday. Tuesday night with 7 Days to Die. I'm going to go get something to eat and enjoy my actual weekend, even though I'm probably going to have to do some video editing and some other stuff. But, hey, we're getting it done. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're at, have a good morning, good afternoon, and me, I'm out of here for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, you have